Hi guys, as always, quick sound check. Let me know if everything is fine and we can start. Okay, well, 6 gigahertz, I don't think so, but it's going to be okay if we don't have the code bug. So the goal of today is to have enough luck to avoid code bug. So this is a brand new one, it's sealed. So I'm going to unseal it and I'm going to go very quick this time since we are using the KPX Kingpin cooling Inferno. So the motherboard and socket heater, which I tried for the competition with the Athlon 3000G, and it's a very nice piece since with my diaper system is good, but with this it's just perfect. So now I shouldn't have any condensation or weird issue. Ciao. Okay, look at, I love the new chips. Yeah, all shiny without that blue thermal paste like this. Anyway, let's start preparing the board. How was your day today? I had a very long day. I ride 2 horses today and I'm a bit tired, so I need some LN2 action to push a bit of adrenaline and stay awake. All right, so let's get the thing right at the first time this time. Since last time I forgot to put the probe and other stupid issue. Okay, motherboard is set. I think I can show you the Inferno since it's a very nice invention. I wasn't sure before since I said my diapers are perfect, but when I tried this, so this is going to hit the the socket. See, the CPU is just behind the CPU and is auto-regulated. It means that it doesn't really, it doesn't just hot the get hot the motherboard. It just auto-regulates itself to keep the motherboard at ambient temperature more or less, so it doesn't generate too much heat, but it doesn't let the motherboard froze and create condensation around the, the VRM. So it's a very nice thing since it keeps the thing in check, avoiding condensation in the VRM area, which is one of the in the RAM area in the circuit around the memory. So it's a very nice thing to avoid issues. Okay, good. First thing, we have to cut the diapers. Sì, la latenza è molto più bassa così lo si gira. So we are talking about the single CCX and the latency. The latency with the single CCX, like this one, this chip, is around 2 nanoseconds less, the overall latency, but it's not that create the performance advance. Is the intercore latency since and the cache unified in only one spot. What does it mean? It means that before with the 2 CCX, They communicate each other, going through the fabric. Within the same CCX, the communication between the dice are much shorter, like 26 or something. So, and the cache is only in one block. So if you have something stored in the cache, it just goes from the cache to the core. With the double CCX, it goes to the core, another cache, and that jumping around is creating a lot of additional latency. So that's why these small chips perform very good in games. I'm really curious since normally I am very lucky with the Ryzen. It's not common that I have chips that have a cold bug, but lucky you can be lucky all the time. So I hope that with this second chip we can have a cold bug free experience, and then we can find the maximum frequency, set some score today, but I can do another session when we do more benchmarks since every benchmarks need the operating system, the correct operating system. So now it's just to see if we have a lucky CPU. So if we have a lucky CPU, we can plan to do some record, or just we can wait that someone do something and we do a live stream beating that someone, which I like more. There's some more competition, some adrenaline. I prefer to challenge, and we can try to set some score just to see if somebody try to beat it, and we can beat him after. Create a bit of game competition. As always, for who is the first time here, I suggest when you do extreme overclocking to take a lot of care insulating the motherboard, since it's the most important part. Otherwise, the motherboard can do issues and transform a good session in a game over. And then when the board is wet, you have to wait a day or two. But in this case, we shouldn't have the wet motherboard, but it's not a good thing to have the motherboard very wet. I changed a bit the lighting and the ISO setting of the camera. So how is the quality after in the stream? Do you do you see the lighting better, worse than before? Let me know. Well, honestly, this chip in some situation can get better FPS than any other Ryzen. That depends. If the CPU is a single core game, is a multi-threaded game, because it's still a four core for threads. Depends as well if you need extra cores. The 3600 is a very nice CPU. This is only a bit better in games, but if you do productivity, the 3600 is a better one, since the difference is not too much. And I'm going to put the probe first, so I avoid wasting time because I forget the probe. Okay, I think I'm missing something. Ah, yes, the hard drive. So I really hope it's one of those two. Let's see. I always lose the SATA cables. I have too much laying around, and sometimes I can't find it. Okay, let's try first a boot to see if we have a boot, since I want to avoid dead on arrival situation. Ciao Steph. Now I'm trying to see if the board needs some pins. Let's see here. Now I'm checking if the board is working correctly. So if we have a boot, we put the CPU pot and we start. Okay, we have a boot. So the system is working, the CPU is working. Now, time to finish the job here, and we start pouring the magic juice. Bit of thermal paste. You're quiet in the chat. Tell me something. It is in this boring part. Never seen blue thermal. This is the Kingpin KPX. It's made for extreme overclocking. Usually, if you use a normal thermal paste at negative 130, it cracks, really like crack, and you lose contact with the pot, and you're done. You have to warm up the system at ambient temperature and change the paste. So this is made for liquid nitrogen, and it doesn't crack. It cracks with the GPU, but that is another story. GD 900. Never hear about that. I'm going to check later. But I'm very selective on thermal paste, and honestly, I really love this paste, and I'm not going to change it, since if I try a thermal paste and it cracks, I think I lose like 3 or 4 liters in the process, and it's a lot. Especially here that the liquid nitrogen is very expensive. When I found something that works, I usually stick with that. And so far, the KPX is doing super great. Almost done with the boring part. So once we finish this, then it's all about fun. The GPU placement is harder, since you have to be very careful when you tighten the screws, and yes, you risk to bend the GPU, and the contact must be perfectly aligned, otherwise you have issues. It's more tiny. I think I have one here so I can show you. This is a GPU pot, the Kingpin, the icon is a new one, and you can see here that the screws are very tiny, and you risk to bend the card a lot. So, and plus the card have to stay like this, so there's a lot of weight on the card, like this. But well, it's all about practice. I never had any issue, but it's a bit more difficult. Well, today is about finding the frequency, the maximum frequency, if we don't have callback issues. And then, well, I have the RTX 2080. Maybe we can play a game if everything is fine. I don't know if I have something in the hard drive, but we can always plug an M2 here with some games and we can try. If, let's say, if we have a callback and we cannot set some scores, good scores at least, I put the RTX 2080 or the 2080 Ti, and we try to play some games at 5 gigahertz. That I'm pretty sure we can, even if it's a very bad lucky CPU. Well, honestly, if the only new feature is a higher boost, to me is a waste of money, since the ideal it should be that they have a more infinity fabric clock and a single CCX, but it's difficult. If they only boost the frequency, maybe if you use a lot of 3D application, multi-threading application, maybe you have a very slightly benefit. Like in 1 hour of rendering, now you have like 57 minutes, so not that great. But if the XT is going to push more infinity fabric clock, well, probably that can be nice. But if it's only frequency, is you better buy like a 3700X for cheap. We'll see if my guess are right or not. I will test it, since it should be at least a better beam for extreme overclocking. But I don't expect much. Maybe I'm pessimistic, but I think it's going to be like a rebranding to sell something new, since the Intel are still behind with the Gen 11. But I'm not expecting a big thing with XT, honestly. Um, Ryzen, I don't like the manual OC for daily use, neither the PBO, since PBO and Auto C most of the time is broken on almost every motherboard that I tried. So usually with the Zen 2, I left the CPU at default. I tuned the memory a lot, and then when you gain 10-15% from the memory, that's it. You don't need to overclock the CPU, because sometimes I can show you later if I can play something that at default, well, at 4.4, let's say, since I'm calling extreme, and at 5 gigahertz. In games with the same memory speed, you hardly see an improvement at 5 gigahertz or at default, since the bottleneck is in the memory, is not in the CPU frequency. It's a common misconception. Some application will scale, but in gaming, Ryzen doesn't need frequency. It need memory frequency, infinity fabric frequency, memory timing, sub timings mostly. It's not all about frequency. Let's see if I have the right hard disk. The base clock on Ryzen doesn't work for a simple reason. Since when you have higher frequency, you have also higher power draw. And when the power draw is high, the algorithm will sustain less the frequency. So it's useless. It's even worse, since you trick the algorithm with, you see higher frequency, but that frequency is not going to be sustained for a long time. So it's actually worse. Uh, the good thing is you can do negative offset overclocking. So overclocking, say you trick the algorithm. So if you do like 100 millivolt less of negative offset, you may get something in performance, and it is tested in every Ryzen. Since you're going to draw less power, and the algorithm boosts you higher. That's it. So the only thing that I would do to the CPU is a 100 millivolt negative offset. That is only one that makes sense. And of course, you have to test if it's safe or not. So now, let's see if we have the boot, and then I keep insulating. I think, yes. We have a boot. Let's see if it's the right hard drive. Since I have so many around, and it's easy to pick the wrong one. Hello, Rob. Mm, I think I have an M2. Well, we have games, so we can try with this M2 drive. Let's see. If it's not working, okay, let's do something. I put the RTX 2080, and we can try to. I'm going to show you the FPS that I'm talking about, so we can see. And then if I have called back with the M2, since when you do extreme overclocking, usually we don't use the M2 slot since it's PCI, and the PCI sometimes have problem to run with cold. But we can try, and then we can change it later. Okay, as you can see, RAM are insulated. We do a bit of insulation here, just in case. and we're good to go. So let's try with the RTX, so I can show you some game difference with frequency scaling in real time, and you will see that frequency isn't everything with Ryzen. Okay, let's hope that we don't have code bug. Let's have some fun with this. CPU fun. It's very hard to get above 1900, since I saw I think only one or two chip that can do 1933, but in a forum or something. It's very hard. So uh, so now I'm going to run this profile. That is wrong. No, 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 too tight. Let's see if we have a boot at 1900 megahertz. Auto. Because most of the CPU the, doesn't really like the high clock fabric. Honestly, I'm not so keen to see the see um, this 07 means that this CPU doesn't want to run at 1900 megahertz of fclk. So I have to go back into the BIOS and select the fclk. But since now we are going to go with liquid nitrogen, I want to try lower memory settings. And then I can show you a bit of frequency difference in a game, so you will see basically no difference. If you have a 3800X, try with 100 millivolts, so 0.1 volt of negative offset, and then you have to check. You can check it with Cinebench. You see if because it's like the curve is like this. If you undervolt too much, you get performance decrease. So you start with a bit of under downvolt, and then you measure the performance. You put a bit more undervolt, and you check the performance, and you will see that you will find a curve, and you select the best undervolt that suits your CPU. Well, usually with this profile that I have is enough to understand if we can run fclk, since as you can see here, well, now it's reset, but that profile was very high on the fiber voltage, on the sock voltage. Okay, let's try with the profile 3. It's a C14 profile, but to do this test, I'm going to lower the memory at 3000 megahertz, since with the cold I don't know how they will react, and probably we will have CB now auto. Well, let's do a quick test. Let's say like this, so I can show you first the FPS and then we go to the BIOS again. We will change it, since I'm not going super down now with the temperature. This should be working. Let's try to start to pour a bit, since we are going to be overheating the CPU if I don't start pouring some liquid nitrogen. Be back. So now I'm going to check if the pot is mounting correctly. As always, I need to see that the probe and the CPU temp are more or less aligned. So we have to see like 0 and 0, or 10 and 10, and so on. But it seems that I have to tighten the screw a bit. So the temperature is going down, 14, 13. So we are more or less aligned. So we have a good contact with the pot, so we can move forward. Now, what I want to show you, we can try to run a game. I think let's try Far Cry. Far Cry is a nice one that scale, and it's not so GPU limited with the RTX 2080. So Now we are at the CPU is at default. So CPU at default. Memory is 3733 megahertz C14. Is a tight profile, so it's a very nice profile. I can show you the latency. We should be around 60 nanoseconds or something like that. Hi, Big Al. 63. Usually, when we go sub-zero, we lose a bit on memory latency. You know what? Because I loaded the Micron Rev E profile, not the B die. So I have to go back and change the profile. I saw that was a bit higher than the latency. Cinebench is nice since it put pressure on the CPU, and it's just to check the curve. When you set the curve with Cinebench, you're done. So when you find the best negative offset, then it applies to every workload you're going to do. Uh, uh, uh. Fuck. Okay, now we start with this profile. So we have a good memory profile. And I want to show you the scaling of the frequency. Well, I think it's the first time that I push the overclocking. I mean, extreme overclocking gaming with this mono CCX. So it will be interesting if we see scaling or not. I don't think we will see too much scaling, but we can try. Yes, in a benchmark 20 is the same. When you find the 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 offset scale is related on the CPU quality, but you can test it with everything you want since you monitor the performance and you will see the offset that is best for your CPU. But it's just about silicon luck. Okay, so we are negative 30 degrees. Now we can try the latency. And then I want to show you the difference between default and overclock to 5 gigahertz. And then you will tell me if it's worth or not to do manual overclocking. Yeah, now it's a bit better. 59 nanoseconds of latency. So with BDI and everything, this chip is 2 and something, almost 3 nanosecond faster than all the other Ryzen 2. 59 is pretty good. I want to see as well the I mean memory to do only the latency test, but I want to check as well the bandwidth and everything. So this is the paid version of AIDA, yes. I hope that Zen 3 will have monolithic CCX. That is the only thing that makes sense. So So now we're going to try Far Cry at default. Well, now we have to see that being Sub-Zero, the boost will keep boosting. So it's like a manual overclocking to 4.35. But anyway, I want to see if just overclocking the CPU and not the memory, we have a scaling or not. And I bet we don't have a scaling. But we will see. Maybe the new monolithic CCS, the new CCX, scale with frequency. I don't know. It's kind of uncharted territory since I think nobody ever played with a 5 GHz 3300X yet. How much I hate Uplay and all that stuff. So I'm going to stay at around negative 50 degrees just to avoid. See if I can increase. Okay. Let me know if the audio is too high or whatever. The motherboard is a Crosshair 8. Okay, benchmark. Let's see. Now we take notes of the numbers and then we will see if we have an improvement or not. So now we can see here that we have 4 gigahertz 350 megahertz flat, since the XFR and precision boost, that is not precision boost overdrive, precision boost and XFR work with power consumption and temperature. If we have room for boost, it will stay at 4.33 flat, because we have a lot of room temperature. We are below zero, so, and the boost is like a manual overclocking to 4.35 gigahertz. So, well, we have a good score. Let me try to use an Excel. So I'm going to check if we have progression or not. So at default, we have an average of 121, minimum 93. Okay. So now I'm going to overclock the CPU. Let's say to 4 point. Maybe we can try 5 gigahertz. I don't know. I don't want to crash at the first. So let's try 4.7. I give a bit of offset, since now I'm at default. So okay, 1.4, a bit more. Since we are Sub-Zero, we can do everything we want. A bit more. We are negative 51, just because I don't want to crash. And we can try benchmark now at 4.6. At 5.7, 4.8. Okay, so 4.8 gigahertz. And now we are going to see if we have more than 121 FPS on average. Okay, so we are now benchmarking at 4.8 gigahertz, same memory frequency that is very tight. I have made a good profile. You saw the latency. We are 59 nanoseconds of latency. It's a very nice memory profile. So it's hardly to do best than that. We have the CPU at 4.8 gigahertz. So let's say that is a 3300 XT with more frequency. Let's suppose. It will give us a boost or not. Maybe the new monolithic CCX will do the trick. Who knows? So far, we have a better average. Not too much, but a better average. Well, not that great since we are roughly there. Okay, so going from the default, you can't see it because this. No. Anyway, this. Now you can see it. So before I was at 121 FPS on average, and now we have 125 FPS on average. The minimum was 93, and now we have 92. So basically we are in the statistic error. So 92 and 125. So it doesn't really makes a lot of sense if you overclock the CPU. But let's do more. Since it seems that the CPU is lucky enough, I'm going to push a bit of liquid nitrogen, and we can go at 5 gigahertz, just in case. Okay, let's push to 5 gigahertz. Magic number. I think, yes, it's too cold. So when you see 07 here and we are dropping temperature, is because the Infinity Fabric doesn't like low temperature. So I guess we have to lower the Infinity Fabric clock. Well, I did. I don't know if you have seen my video where I benchmarked the 3800X at 5 gigahertz. I used Far Cry, Tomb Raider, Red Dead Redemption, I think World of Warcraft as well. Uh, it doesn't really give you an improvement since the bottleneck is in the fabric. So I was expecting this result. So I wanted to show you. So even if you push the CPU a lot in frequency and you don't tune the memory, you have no gain. So even with the memory super tuned, the gain is almost zero. If you if you leave XMP, is basically zero, but zero real zero. Ciao Gabriele. So what I'm going to do now is to warm up a bit the pot. We can change the GPU, and we can try to push for score and do full pot. Since we saw that in gaming it's useless to try to game at 5 gigahertz, even if I can reach 5.5, the gain is zero. That's why the new XT model, even if they are pushing 5 gigahertz and they don't touch anything else, is useless. Ciao Roberto. Okay, we can boot. So I'm going to change the motherboard. Sorry, the GPU. Getting tired. So we can try to push for some score and see if we have the callback and nasty stuff. Since now I think it's pretty clear that gaming with an overclocked Ryzen is a waste of time. You can have the maximum performance you want just by overclocking your memory at air cooling. Okay, now I have to remove this hard drive, the M2, since I think we are going to have issue with that. You can have the 3300X, I think, on alternate. This last one that I have is from Amazon, the Spanish Amazon, but is now is at least in Europe is easy to find. So I don't know where you live, but check multiple shop. If you're in Europe, it's easy to find. Let's try this hard drive and see if we are lucky. Since I forgot to put the name on the hard drive, and I don't know if it's the right one. Let's see if I can put here the thermal, so we can see as well. We have a nasty. Okay, so we can see the watts as well when we do the test. So now BIOS, we load the extreme profile, and we can try to see if we are lucky enough with the fclk. Memory, if you are on a budget, ballistic. The ballistic usually overclock very nice. Maybe the subtimings are not super tight like the BDI, but it's an amazing kit. With a like $80, €80 kit, you can pretty much push the Infinity Fabric at the limit. With a BDI, you need a good BDI. A good BDI is at least 120, 140, basically for a couple of FPS. Doesn't really make sense. I use BDI only for competition, but otherwise, for if I had to buy a daily system for myself, ballistic 3200 megahertz that can be overclocked to 3800 megahertz easily, and that's it. I want to try the 10600K. The new generation Intel are performing very nice on World of Warcraft, but very nice. The laws are amazing. The difference between the 9th gen and the 10th gen is just night and day on World of Warcraft. On the other game is more or less, we are more or less there, but in World of Warcraft, the difference between the two is just unbelievable. Okay, so extreme overclocking profile, and we try. So it's the 7. We try first with very slow memory, just to see if we have the callback or not. Okay, sock is fine. Memory can go. We can go like this. So now I'm going to try to relax a bit the memory to put less pressure on the Infinity Fabric, and we can go down with the temperature and see if we have no cold bug. If we don't have cold bug, we check the maximum frequency we can reach at full pot, so negative 192 degrees. And if we can do that, then I can start raising the Infinity Fabric clock a bit. Okay, we are good to go. Let's see first if I have the right drive. Since I even don't know if we have a good one. Hmm. I still have the Windows 7 that we can use Windows 7. No, we have Windows 10. Maybe it's the right one. Finger crossed. If you're shopping with memory, yes, type time is just, let's say, 3200 megahertz, C14, 14, 14 is a bit high. What is that? Why I have a fresh Windows installation? Nice. Very nice. I need to find another hard drive. Oh, we can try Windows 7. Restart. So now I should have the Windows 7. It is a nice Windows 7. But now the goal of today is just to see if I have a lucky chip, and then we can compete with no callback. Now in Ryzen, I didn't see any difference between single rank, dual rank. I tried a lot of single rank, dual rank, 4 stick, 2 stick. I didn't see much of a difference, honestly. It makes the difference how well you can tune that. Because if you have a dual rank memory that is hard to tune, and you to make it work, you have to use less to lose subtimings. It's going to be worse, even if it's dual rank, and dual rank is supposed to be faster. But honestly, in Zen 2, you don't need to search for dual rank. Just pick 2 stick, a dual stick, dual channel kit, and that's it. Um, I have to change the ports. The issue with Windows 7 and Ryzen is that the USB is not supported. Sometimes I have to try a lot before finding the port that is going to work. Okay. Yeah, the 1600K is a nice CPU. It's basically an 8700K with a better IMC. I think the security mitigation in hardware is a nice chip. The Zen 10 is not just another plus. They did a lot of good things. So now I'm going to change the resolution, and now we push for the maximum frequency we can get. I use this operating system with the 3000G. So now a couple of reboots is needed to load the driver and everything. So okay, much better. So now I'm going to go down with the temperature until we find or full pot or a crash. And let's see if we are lucky enough. Let me pour a bit of liquid nitrogen. Some full screen dragon action. Super cool. 70 degrees, negative 70 degrees. Is that super cool? Negative 90 degrees. So now I want to raise a bit the sock, since I prefer to start with a very high sock and then to lower it in case we are stable. A bit of CPU voltage. If we have problem, it should be around negative 170, more or less. If we can go past 170, it's probably going to work. Feed the dragon. Negative 140 almost. Everything is fine. I'm going to get almost every Gen 10. That is the case queue, yes. I'm waiting 1900K from Intel. At least they should give me one. I'm going to take the 10600K. I'm waiting the 10 300 300 since without the K. So I'm going to try a bit. Since I saw, honestly, I was thinking that it's only another plus with a different name. No, it's a much better CPU. So I want to go deep in that and I want to test it more, especially the low one, since the low SKU are like the K of the past. The 10300, yes, 10300 is like a 7700K. It's a nice CPU and it's just priced more or less like this, or between that and the 3600. I think the 3600. So I want to try that CPU since I think it's a good value for a gamer at least. If you do multi-threading, maybe not, but it's like the 7700K on steroids. Now is the time of the truth. More, feed the dragon. Negative 170, 78, 79. Maybe we are lucky this time. Let's push for more. It seems that we have a good one. I'm usually do like this with the mouse while I'm pouring, so I can see visually if we have to keep pouring or not. Well, we're almost full pot. I am at full pot. Okay, so it seems that we can do full pot, and this is nice. So we can keep doing great things tonight, and set at least a baseline in hardware bot with some benchmark. Now the good thing is, it would be if I can find the hard drive with the benchmark, but this is not a story. Since with this operating system is just about where I can do Cinebench, but it's not that efficient. I can do Super PI with very efficiency. So now I'm going to go down with the sock, since now I am at full pot, but you see the temperature is not going much higher than 183. Since the sock that I'm using, 1.55, is very strong. And if I have to go down, if I want to go down with the temperature, I have to lower the sock. Let's try if I can lower the sock without having cold bud. So now we should have a better temperature and a better higher frequency. In theory, in theory, but who knows? So now it's going down a bit, and I'm 1.45. I'm going to try 1.4, but then I don't think it's good to go lower than that. And then I can try to raise. Oh, thank you, Eski. You are helping me to feed the dragon. Well, so since now we can do full pot, we can do one thing. We can try in Cinebench a bit to see the maximum frequency we can do, and then when we have to restart the system because we are crashing or whatever, we can try to push a bit the Infinity Fabric clock. So maybe this is a good one, and we can actually put some serious number. Something that I want to show you that, but it's a bit boring. I don't know if you want to do that. Is trying Super PI with this monolithic CCX, which I'm hoping that with the lower latency we can have a good Super PI score. So now, as you can see, we are going down the temperature since I lowered the sock voltage. So I try to lower a bit more the sock. I don't want to risk too much to have cold back, but now if we can go to minus negative, well, minus negative 190 or 92, which is ideal, we can push maybe 50 megahertz more. Not a big deal, but every little helps. Now I'm going to put some serious megahertz. Give me a second that I recharge this, and we can start having fun. Okay. 10 series is good because Intel have turned back HD. Yes, that is a good thing. And it seems that, you know that I have to test it, but I didn't have time. With HT on, the games was performing a bit worse. But now I saw that even with the hyper threading on, the game are performing very nice. So I will try to disable HT, do some benchmark, but I think now that we can actually run the CPU with hyperthreading with a nice performance in gaming. This is a big thing. It's not, as I told you before, it's not just another plus. It's a whole new CPU. They did a lot of improvements, good improvement, because in World of Warcraft I had like minimum at let's say 0.1% low at 60 FPS. Same scenario, same GPU, same everything. The 10 gen is like 100 FPS. So yeah, we have like a 40% increase in the lows, and it's massive. I mean, it's a lot for another plus. Yeah, we have a lot of competition now. Zen 3, the Gen 11 coming probably in some months. It's a very nice time for us. A lot of competition, lower price, and better performance. So it's stupid being a fanboy of one versus another. We need both strong and competitive. Okay, but let's have some fun, shall we? Okay, let's push some serious. I don't have the LN2 mode active, so yes, I have to at some point I have to switch the LN2 mode on. But it's a nice thing since without LN2 mode, we are still be able to go full pot. So let's say with 1.7 volt, how far we can go. I say that at least 5.3. Okay, so we are 5.3 gigahertz. You know that here I don't do chicken clocking. I don't like chicken clocking. We do clocking, overclocking. Let's see if we can run a Cinebench. Yes. So 5.3 gigahertz, 1.7 volts. I don't know if the score is good or not, since I benchmarked too much and now I'm confusing the score between one on another. But I make some screenshots just in case to submit it to other bot, especially because I don't know if I if I found the hard drive with the Windows 10. Okay, so we have 5.3 gigahertz. I open another one for you here, since the other one are here. Yes. Okay, let's try 5.4. So far, so good. Yes, that's why if you want full pot, you have to raise the sock voltage. So the sock voltage hits a lot, and you it's the chiplet. So you avoid the cold bug, because when the chiplet is too cold, it just stops working. If you raise a lot of the sock start overheating, and it doesn't like counter effect the the extreme temperature. Okay, let's try 5.5. I mean, this chip seems good. I mean, we're at 5.5 gigahertz in Cinebench, 1.7 volts. So it means that I have uh, zero point 0.1 volt to add when I switch the LN2 mode. Yeah, it's stuck. Yeah, I hope that they don't have a nasty cold bug like this one. So, okay, 5.5. I think it's a good chip. I'm going to try Super PI now. Well, later, with the timings tighter and the LN2 mode on. 5.6. Let's try. 5.6 gigahertz, guys. Let's see if it crashes or not. I mean, really? 5.6 gigahertz? No, okay. We need more volts. But still, uh, it's kind of big. Let's try like this. Now I'm going to restart the system and push more volt out of it. So 5.55. RAM frequency is bad. I'm now at 2800 megahertz, just to try if I have callback or not. Now what I'm going to do is raise slowly the fiber clock to see, because when we do extreme overclocking, the fiber clock change with the sub-zero temperature. So my best CPU can do uh, 3200 megahertz, so 1600 megahertz on the fiber clock. Now, you know, the scaling is bad because the fclk is low. When we raise the fclk, we should see a better scaling with frequency, but still is nice this chip. So now I'm going to hit a bit the chip, and we have to restart to activate the LN2 mode. So I'm going to push 4.4. I do a couple of runs just to hit the pot, so I can restart the system without the cold bug and cold boot bug. We are now, yes, 150, 250. I don't know if you mean Zen 3. I don't know if extreme overclocking will be easier. I hope so, but since with Zen Plus was super easy, no code bug. So you just go full pot, and you raise the CPU at the limit. Now with Zen 2 we have the code bug, so it's a different fight. I mean the Infinity Fabric have the code bug, so you have to fine tune that. But I mean, we will find a way. So uh, like everything in extreme overclocking. So if something doesn't work, we will find a way to make it work, at least to get the most out of it. Yes, I think it's a nice one. Since now I'm going to put the LN2 mode on, push 1.8 volt, and push the frequency. I think we can get at least to 5.7, maybe with Super PI. We can do even 5.7, 5.75. Okay, so now I'm going to try to start with LN2 mode, and we push a bit the Infinity Fabric frequency. hoping that I don't have callback right now, which I probably have, but it's okay. So now the board doesn't want to boot that cold. So you have to warm up the board a bit, maybe a lot, and then we can boot. We can change the memory profile. I want to push CL12. I want to try Super PI. So it's like 6 minutes more or less. I can follow a bit the chat because I think that in Super PI is good, and if this chip is good as I think it is, maybe we can do another world record for the AMD Super PI. Let's see. Okay, we have a boot again. So now I'm going to raise the fclk to, I don't know, let's try 3200. Is a bit risky, but maybe we can do it. So now I'm going to load a good profile. The profile that I used to make the first sub 6 minutes. So it was a very nice sub 6. Is a very pushed one. Like so, with this I did the first sub 6 minutes in Super PI with an AMD chip. I'm very proud of it. Let's try to push like this, but it's going to be hard. Let's start with 55. Okay. This is a very nice profile. Let's see if we can do this. Now I'm pushing really hard on this. So again, not chicken clocking. If we can boot with this profile, we can probably score very interesting numbers. Mostly, if we can go to full pot with this profile, it's going to be interesting. This is a very, very fast profile for Super PI. Okay. I'm going to, this is very tight. So I don't think we are going to go to full pot with this, but if we can, maybe we have a chance to score the AMD world record for Super PI, maybe. I'm really, I really hope that this monolithic CCX is performing better than Super PI. I love Super PI, and I really hope that it works. Okay, SATA bug. I have to change the SATA slot. It's good to share with you all this crazy stuff, since you can always learn something interesting. I mean, extreme overclocking is used by the company to improve their architecture. Motherboard, CPU. Oh, come on, again. Um, this is normal. These issues are normal, since with the cold, the motherboard sometimes doesn't want to start with this. I have to change it in the BIOS. It's a bit nasty, but I will sort it out. The good thing is that I can start with this memory profile. That is not easy. We are 3200 megahertz C10, and with very, very, very tight timings. I work with this profile for months. Let's try like this. In games, a lot. If you have to overclock to do something for your Ryzen, the first thing is secondary timing, tertiary timing. Okay, of course, memory speed to max out the Infinity Fabric speed, and only then primary timings. But secondary timings is for sure the thing that you need to change. And then sometimes overclocking the CPU, but it's very maybe I don't know if you saw the test I did with Far Cry. Overclocking the CPU even at 4.8 doesn't really give you like 3 FPS, 4 FPS. So definitely not worth it. Invest your time in overclocking the memory. Yes, are very tight timings. This kit is a nice kit. It's a kit that can do 4.9 gigahertz at C14 on Intel. It's almost 5 gigahertz C14. This is a very nice kit. Oh, I hate when I have these issues. Well, it's not that the CCX design is more like the Infinity Fabric is too slow. So even if you push the frequency of the CPU, the Infinity Fabric can't feed enough data in the CPU. So they think the first thing that you have to do in AMD is not pushing for the frequency, is optimizing the Infinity Fabric speed, the IMC, the memory interaction with the Infinity Fabric and the cores, and then of course intercore latency with the monolithic CCX. The frequency is the last thing that they should think about, and they will think about because Zen 3 will be probably like 4.5 gigahertz. I don't expect more than that. 4.5, 4.4, but maybe a better intercore latency, a better memory speed. But I don't think that they're going to do like 5 gigahertz soon. Maybe never. The APC is very good, but they need a better fabric connection. I hate this bug. Sorry, going to take a bit long, but this board with the cold doesn't want to start in certain positions. So we have to switch every SATA port and find the one that the motherboard want to start. I know it's stupid, but this is what it is. Extreme overclocking is also stupid issues. I think they are going to have to have a better Infinity Fabric. Maybe not for the overall speed of the Infinity Fabric, but maybe it's more efficient. So with the same memory speed, the Infinity Fabric speed, you can achieve more. Who knows? Last time they pulled the trick with the big cache. So Zen 2 and the 32 megabyte or 64 megabyte of L3 cache. I wasn't thinking about that. So that was a very nice surprise. Maybe with Zen 3 they have another ace to show us. So I think they will come with another magic trick. AMD is working good. They Zen 1 was okay, but then they kept improving. So I think they had a good vision about the architecture, and year by year they are improving it a lot. And I mean, now is mature. We are going to the fourth generation, so I think they are getting better and better. The IPC is strong. Now they have to fix the small things. Still the bug. Yes, raising the board solved the issue, but if I raise the temperature too much, the ice you see here is going to melt. And when it melts, I have water on the motherboard. And when you have water on the motherboard, game over. So you have to do it carefully. Uh, the good thing is that the Inferno is doing its job. So I don't have any water below what you see here. So the motherboard down, the back of the motherboard is completely dry and warm, which is perfect. So I just have only to take care about the vapors. And so if we have issue, yes, I'm going to warm the motherboard a bit. So probably, well, the code bug of the SATA should be around negative 28, if I recall correctly. So we will probably get this solved very quick. No, that doesn't work F8. It's a stupid issue. Now I'm going to try F8, but it's probably not working. I hope that they will go at least to 2 gigahertz of fabric clock. So it means that you can do 4 gigahertz memory, and if you have a good kit, even with a Rev E or BDI, you can do like 400 megahertz C14, something like that, or C16, tight timings. It's still doable. Sorry. Let's try with F8, but I mean, it just doesn't want to see my boot. It's something really stupid, but I never found a way to fix it completely. Let's try to enable disable this. It is a nasty issue. Sometimes I have this problem, and no way that is easy to get rid of. No, it's only with the Crosshair 8. But sometimes I have the issue and I change the SATA port once and it boots. Sometimes it do really nasty thing like this. And it sucks, but there's no solution. Sometimes also with Windows 10. So it's not only Windows 7 specific, it does the same thing on Windows 10 as well. It's just the SATA port stopped working for whatever reason, and I have to play a bit with that when it. Well, it's bad because I'm losing time, but it is what it is. It is stupid. I mean, second boot, I select one, it doesn't want to work. So I want more Dragon as well. So I really want this motherboard to start. Sorry. So if we cannot start like this, I can try with another drive. Let's see if you're lucky. Come on. I have the PCI data controller for SATA, but if I plug too much PCI Express device, I have cold bug, so I can go full pot. It's hard. No, everything you do, you end up uh, running, doing something that doesn't work on another side. So it's weird, but now we are almost at ambient temperature. So I try one last time like this. No, I say optimize default. We start with the default profile. Now we should be able to boot it like this, and then I try with the profile later. Sometimes I have to reset CMOS. It's a really weird thing, but no, I don't have the human malware. It's just I smoke too much. I have to quit. So now I have the electronic cigarette, and I'm quit. I'm going to quit very soon. The liquid nitrogen killed the human malware. See, now I'm at default, and it does the same stupid thing. Yeah, no, this thing sucks since we was having a lot of fun, but we are going to start again, so don't worry. It's just 10 minutes of cursing and we will solve it. Uh, boot, okay. Now we have a boot, at least. CMOS reset, okay. Fun error. Let's see if I can boot in Windows. And if I can boot in Windows, I load the profile and we go down. The problem now is that when I go to much higher with the temperature, I will have some water in the bottom. See that the ice is melting. That is a bad thing, since the ice forms water and so on. I mean, I used to, since this is normal. An extreme overclocking session can take hours just by solving issue, and then you have 20 minutes of glory when you finally do the benchmark at 5.7 gigahertz. But most of the time, it's just about solving nasty issues. Sometimes it's boring. Yes, the electronic cigarette make it easier since. But anyway, I'm going to win as well that competition. But not smoking too much. But no, I do a lot of sports, so okay. Super nasty issue today. In the meantime, I'm going to check another hard drive because I don't have anymore my Windows 10 good hard drive. Okay, now we are like 0 degrees. need to work. The cause may be ice, but I don't have ice. It's super dry. I don't know what is causing this trouble. Random issues, kind of normal. I'm still wondering when I put that stupid hard drive. Oh, maybe it's here. I think it's this one. Oh, okay. No, it's not the cable. It's just the motherboard that is stupid, and that's it. Because I went through this issue many times, so I know that at a certain point it just go away, and we can keep doing what we are doing. But anyway, I'm going to try to change the hard drive anyway, because I want to try with this. Sometimes when an hard drive uh, broke, it make the motherboard doesn't work, but it's not the case since I have really weird issue today. I mean, it is super crazy. Usually it was easier to solve. Sometimes also unplugging this can make the things a bit better. I know sometimes it gets boring, but this is extreme overclocking, guys. Issue, and issue. Hours of issue for 20 minutes of fun. Yeah, I know. We are no longer sub-zero. It might be an issue since everything is melting. No keyboard, of course. No boot. But maybe the board is wet. But I don't think since we have the Inferno, we have the diapers all around, the memory is safe. It's just the board being stupid enough. Now, in theory, everything should work since we see the hard drive in the BIOS. But I have this stupid code here. I don't know if it's like 8D. And when it's like this, I have to hit retry. Usually is for the fclk, but I'm running at default now, so it should boot. Okay, boot, boot. This is memory training issue, so maybe the memory is wet. If it's not working, I'm going to now it disappeared again. Let me check if I have something that is wet or not. No, at least the memory controller, the voltage regulator is fine. The board is fine. There's no water on the board. Let me check the memory, since sometimes there's something stupid. But the memory is perfect. The memory is just perfect. It's even warm. Even too warm. No, I don't think the refresh will work because I tried. I went through this issue many times, and I tried everything. The only thing is just keep trying, and then it will solve. Stupid thing. I want to try as well again with this just to see if it is the matter. But when I have this stupid issue, is usually related to the what is that? To the fabric. Yes, but I don't trust the newer BIOS, and when something work, I usually tend to use that, and then I'm going to save all the BIOS profile, but it takes time, and then I'm going to try the new one. Well, in the second BIOS at least, if I have it. It's a very stupid thing. So I want to try last time like this. I can try with another SATA slot. You know what? Maybe I was covering the chipset fan. Who knows? Maybe covering the chipset fan wasn't a good idea. Sometimes it's a very stupid thing that you don't ever think about that. Let's try to uncover the fan on the chipset. Maybe it was the chipset fan. Now it should be free. I know it's boring this part, but what can you do? Liters of LN2 per month? Uh, Depends. Let's say 100, 150, more or less. Sometimes when I don't have time, 50. When I have a lot of time, we have to do competition, 150. Depends. Probably 1 month I use like 200. I think, yes. Last year, when I have to do the competition for the country the country competition for Arduino, I think in December last year was like 200 liters. Okay, so now I don't see any SATA at all. No way, it's not working. So I'm going to try to put the NVMe just in case. I know, maybe like you said, was the SATA cable. Sometimes it's really stupid things that. Now we should be able to start. Everything is at default. The M2 drive is Windows 10, UEFI. Um, Tuna. Now I'm hungry. Okay, M2 drive, no keyboard. Why no keyboard? Well, I'm using a USB switch, so that is an issue. Okay, now we are booting. So I really hope that I don't, I didn't burn that SATA. But I have another SATA cable, so let's try with another SATA cable, like you said. Maybe it's that. SATA cable number two. Okay, you know, maybe it was the SATA cable for real. Yeah, sometimes we really spend a lot of time thinking that the issue is something incredibly complex, and then it's a cable. Maybe it was the temperature. I don't know. But anyway, we're up and running, so that's all the only thing that matters. Good, super nice. Now I just need to. Paper. Okay, so okay, max mem is set, so we can run low frequency. Okay, we load the BIOS profile, the extreme load profile, and we try like this. Windows activation, I have a lot of license. Really, all the license I have here, I paid for that. But when I switch to any system, the license gets invalid, even if I have a paid license. Anyway, I'm in peace with my conscience since everything I've installed is licensed. So then, if for whatever reason they don't let me, I don't care. Windows 7 is for Super PI. The Windows 10 is very bad for the efficiency, and I have to use Windows 7. Okay, so we say that we can try to push like this. The sock we start at 45. Memory is fine, very tight. This stupid thing we can ignore it. Well, the fan maximum. Okay. Hey, let's roll. Now I'm pushing 1600 megahertz the fiber clock, which is very, very, very high. But it seems that the CPU should be lucky. So if we are lucky that we can sustain, not again, we're going to push some serious core. Maybe the fiber is too high and we cannot boot. Who knows? No, no, it was not the SATA cable. Now we have another issue. Um, let's try to lower this, just in case. I mean, weird thing. Maybe it's the profile that, I don't know, something's wrong with the profile. So I have another profile that is working. Neither that. I don't want to waste too much time, so I'm going to try a couple of times like this, and if not, I load another profile, and we try with another profile. So Too bad, because maybe you had a chance to do some great things. Or maybe it was that. I think maybe it was that. Because sometimes there's stupid settings in the BIOS, but I don't think the profile is broken because I used it the other day with another CPU. So the profile is working. The profile is working. It's maybe, I don't know, some weird combination of things that doesn't really want to work. But if it's not working now, I'm going to change the profile. We load another profile. We go full pot. We have some fun, and maybe with more time, I'm going to fix it myself. So I don't want to ruin all the fun tonight. So if it's not booting now, okay. I'm going to change the profile. Let's say, let's try this. It should be similar. So we should be able to do the same thing. Mm, The profile that I used before was the 7. So let's try this. Okay. So it's not as tight as the other, but I think enough to see if we can make it. Okay, let's see if we have if we have to boot now. No, something wrong with the. Now we have another profile. So the profile that was working before. Maybe now is a stupid trick like this. Oh, come on. I mean, this is the same profile that I used before, and it was working. It's weird. Let's try like this again. This is weird. Um, if not working, I'm going to try with another drive, just in case, to see if it boots. Yes, something with the NVMe. I have to try some different things. Okay, so NVMe. Super weird. Yes, NVMe doesn't like the call. That's why I use SATA. But let's see just to see if the boots work or not. Then I'm going to restart since this is very tight on memory. Yes, this is going to crash because um, well, so with NVMe works. So I have an issue with the SATA. Um, maybe it's the I don't know stupid things. The issue is on the SATA. I mean, the the strange thing is that if I configure something here, it doesn't really work. Let's try like this. Maybe you're lucky. I don't know, corrupted. Because if I try to now, I'm going to swap with another SSD, but I don't think. Because usually when I have this issue, I just change the SATA like this. I give a restart, and it works usually. But now we are live, and this CPU is shy, so you are a lot there, and yeah, he's a child. Let's try with another drive. I have curious that one of the two drive that I'm using, because I have to write a label. One is a Ryzen Tosh, and the other one is a Windows 10 for competition. So let's see what we have uh, we have now. Okay, maybe it's really is the corrupted. Who knows? But now I don't have the memory profile that can run on Windows 10 since I need the maximum. So this is a Ryzen Tosh out. So probably it's the drive that is corrupted, but I really hope not, since I have a lot of good score there. Will be a disaster. I think I have a backup, of course, but I don't want it to be dead. And now it works. Mystery, mystery. Okay, we are back on track. Stupid things, no? Now I'm 50 degree. Maybe it was cold. So now everything should be set for pushing this beast to like at least 5.6 gigahertz. Okay, now we have the error checking. We start bringing down the temperature. So no, I don't reboot anymore. Now I'm going to. This is a good profile. So I mean, the fiber clock. is really at the limit. So maybe you're going to have cold bug, but let's try the lucky run. I have to do this since I don't want to find this disk checking when I'm at full pot. So I prefer to do it now than before, than after, sorry. Well, at least we have a boat. Now it sucks a bit that we have this stupid issue. I can read the chat a bit. The ice layer. Now we don't have ice anymore. So now we just have some water, but nothing else. It's not going to take long. With SSD, it's fine. It's like a couple of minutes. That's it. But it's much better to do it now. Okay. So, okay. Little recap. Now we're going to try a very tight memory timings, um, very high fabric clock for the temperature that we are going to run. So if we can do full pot like this, maybe we will be able to score a very nice super PI. That is should be like 6 minutes. But maybe if I don't run the test, I want to find the maximum frequency that I can run that test. Since super PI is a bit boring if you're not like passionate about that, having a live with super PI is boring. It's 6 minutes every time, and then maybe you have a crash at 4 minutes, you have to restart. But I just want to see if this CPU is much faster with a better intercore latency. If is this the case, is a big news. So now let's check if everything is fine. Should be. So yes, we have a very nice memory for now. No, we are not at 1600. We are okay. This is the maximum frequency I can run full pot with my 3900X, 3950X, the one that I did the first sub 6 minute score in for an AMD CPU. Okay, guys. So, well, let's go sub zero again. Let's see if we have some fun. It's not going to take too long, since when the system is already cold and the insulation is cold, it's going to be easier to go down. It's hard to install it. You have to install the USB driver with a trick. You have to embed it with an anti-light, so it's not easy to set up Windows 7. But as you can see, we can run it. It's going fine. Now, really, finger crossed that we can have the full pot with this configuration. It will be amazing. something that I can maybe do, but I will do it maybe tomorrow alone without in live, is to try to use only two core, disabling SMT, all that kind of stuff to push. But just now I want to understand if we have a better latency in Super PI. That would be a very nice news. Since Intel can do like 4 minutes at 7.4 gigahertz, MDE can do like 6 minutes at 5.6. So this is a really an Intel benchmark. But maybe now with the monolithic CCX, we can do that with decent scores. If we have issue at 140 or 170, like before. If we can go past 170 with this configuration, it's going to be nice. Juice. Okay. Now, as you can see, it's easier to go down. We should be able to. Huh, now I have the fan that is frozen. It's doing a weird sound because inside the mouth of the dragon, we have now negative 100 degrees. This is the ice inside the fan. I mean, it's pretty cold here. Okay, time of the truth. Now we should be able to go down a lot. I think it's better now to raise the sock voltage a bit, at least for now, and see if we can hold it. Okay, now at 130 we should have issue if the CPU is not lucky enough. But it is a lucky one, so normally when they clock high, the fiber is good as well. If you see this thing doing this, is good. When it stops, it's bad. So 144. 150. Still up and running. So far so good. Okay, we are approaching full pot. We are actually full pot. And yes, we have a nice CPU. It's definitely a nice CPU. And I think I can push even higher the fabric clock. Now let's try the frequency, since the fabric is nice. Let's see how far we can go. So 5.6 gigahertz. You know that I don't do chicken clocking. I can try a PI. Now I'm going to stop the test. Now I'm going to try to do the test. And it's fast. It seems that it's very fast. I mean, really fast. Let me check. I need to recharge the juice. It's really fast. Yes, I think it's faster than the double CCX. So now I'm going to push. I'm going to stop the test. I'm going to try to push a bit the frequency to see when we have error or not. So we are now 5, 6, 50, a lot. And I'm pretty sure maybe we can do as well 5.7. I mean, this record is tough since it took me a lot of months to break it, but I have the same BIOS profile that I used to break this record in the past and be the first sub 6 minutes. So if the CPU is good enough, this is the good profile to make another record. But I think that to make that record, we need at least 5.8 or something like that. I mean, we are at 5.7 gigahertz. Just to maybe we can push more. We can push more. Since now the temperature is going down, I can go down a bit with the volt of the sock to have some degrees more and to push more the frequency. So good. We are not at the record level, but we are getting close. So now I'm going to check with 50 megahertz more. Now we have to do a bit of chicken clocking now. So 5.750. Still doing good. I have okay. No. Okay. 5.750. Let's try to increase the fclk a bit, since we are lucky enough. Okay, so we can do 5.7, 5.725, something like that. That is nice. Now I don't know if you can boot. Maybe yes. Wow. We can boot at almost full pot at 1600 megahertz of CLK. Massive. And we have again the issue, the stupid issue, not now. Um, I think that to solve that, I think I load the other hard drive and I load it back. So I'm going to do the exact the same. I'm going to load this thing, restart, and then to load it back again. Now I think I can do at Super PI 1.8 volt. So maybe we can do 5750 with 1.8 volts. But depends. Sometimes it's between 1 volt and 75. Sometimes I can push for 1.8. So it really depends on the silicon. Because sometimes if you push too much volts, the chips get too hot, and you can push the frequency. So you have to find the sweet spot. Okay, so now we know that to solve the issue, I have to swap hard drive. Now we always learn new things. Okay, so now I think I'm going to try with 1.8 volt and 5.725 baby steps. But now, when you push the limits, you know the limits, and then you do baby steps at the end. It's quicker. You risk a restart, but at least you know the limit, and then you then fine tune. But now maybe we can crash again because I raised the fiber clock. We are now at 1600 megahertz of the fiber, which is massive. It's a lot. In theory, to do this test, I should use the crosshair impact. It is a dual slot memory, and usually the, the chip, the CPU with that motherboard have like 33 megahertz more of fiber clock. But anyway, this is good as well. I'm going to try one and make a screenshot. Let's, let's see if we can do full pot first. But it seems yes. It seems a very nice chip. We are approaching full pot. Okay, this is tough. 3200 megahertz C10 is cool. It's very cool. Let's try to push this core. I mean, it will be around 6 minutes, which is a very nice one. Let's see if we can do this first. Usually I try like the 1 mega, the 4, just to understand if we can make it. Now I'm 1.8 volt. So maybe we can now push for 57.50. No, okay, it's just no. So less volt, like this, 57.25 the multiplier. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is recharge the pot, and we can try to do this record at least. So I'm going to downclock a bit and run something that is called WASA, copy WASA. This is a manual tuning. Maybe someone of you will know that, but it's a trick to run the Super PI faster. It's a trick. It's a tweak, not a trick. Okay. Motherboard is a Crosshair 8. So now I finish the WASA script. I go full pot, I raise the multiplier, and we shoot the benchmark. Then, if we're lucky, we will have like a 6 minutes score, more or less. I mean, it's faster a bit, the single CCX, but not that faster that I was hoping. So, we probably won't be able to make a record tonight, but for sure, like a top 5 for Super PI, which is nice. Super PI in AMD ending. Okay. The Intel really trashed this benchmark. So I think that I break the 6 minute barrier with the 3950 with only one CCD enabled, and I was at 5.85 gigahertz, so a lot. So now we have 100 megahertz less. Okay, we're at full pot. Let's see. No, not good. Why that? I don't think we are going to, because I know that from the previous result, the first value of my record was 4 seconds and 0.40. So now is 4 seconds 134. So we are a bit, uh, yes, it's a bit slower, but we will probably end up like around 6 minutes. That for an AMD chip is a lot, but no, we don't have enough. Let's push it a bit. Yes, it's like breaking a Cinebench record with an Intel. But actually, the Intel do really good even in Cinebench with the stream overclocking, since now they can run at 7 gigahertz Cinebench. And VMD, I set the record for AMD hot core, and it was a 5.65. So they have still 1000, 1 gigahertz and 300 megahertz more than in the AMD. Well, you know that we are getting really close. So I think if we are not sub 6 minutes, we are like 6 minutes and 1 second, 6 minutes. But no, I think it's just too much. I try to push a bit the voltage. to see if but probably we are pretty much at the silicon limit. I just want to do one super PI like this and then set a base for Cinebench. My Windows 10 is better in Cinebench than this Windows 7, but it's still nice to set a good bar. And why not? If well, we have time, we have liquid nitrogen, we can boot with Windows 10, use with Benchmate, set some score to submit to other bot, and set a bar. And then let's see if somebody gets a chip better than this. But okay, so voltage is too much. 5.7 gigahertz. So I don't think we can go more than that. So today is just about to set a bar. Then maybe I can fine tune it, but I need time and I don't want to do it in live since it's very boring. See, we lost a bit now, but the scaling is nice. Now I'm running without SMT, so SMT off. I will try with more time to disable two cores, but with only two cores, I have to change something in the operating system. It start getting well. The good thing here it should be finding the best core with the affinity. So when you do a Cinebench record, you have to go on the task manager and set the core affinity. So you see here the threads. One of these is the fastest. So first you have to study a bit and to find the fastest score. So when you find the fastest score, you only select the fastest score in Super PI, and it's usually a better run. So I should be doing this to make the thing properly done. But since now we are in a live and I can start tweaking and do the proper thing like I did if I were to break a world record. So it will get boring. So now we set the score just to have a pretty nice score that is very hard to beat in a hardware bot. And if somebody dares to beat the score, we can do another live to beat that score and challenge a bit. It's going to be 6 minutes and 5 seconds, I think. 6 minutes and 10 seconds, roughly. So I say loop 8, 158, 158. Yes, it's going to be 6 minutes and 5 seconds, 6 minutes and 6 seconds, more or less. And that is a very nice score. If you check in Bot, not many CPU can do that. Maybe 10 or even less. And 4 are mine. So it will be a very nice score. If we can close this, it will be a very nice score. Oh, I need more juice. Okay. My previous score, the best one, loop 14. Loop 14, I was 3 minutes 25 seconds. 3 minutes 30 seconds. No, okay, so we are going to go 6 minutes and 10 seconds, which is still a very nice score. Yeah, Super PI is for Intel. The link bus is much better since the intercore latency and all that kind of stuff. But who knows? I'm curious about Zen 3 and Super PI. I don't expect an improvement since more or less the technology is the same. But maybe we can do the sub 6 minutes easier, and it's a good thing. So now I'm going to close this, and then I raise the memory a bit, the cast. So I'm going to for cast 14. I use the Windows 10 if it's the right one, and then I'm going to try with Benchmade to do some stuff at least, or maybe we can do some Cinebench now and call it a day. Let's see. Thank you, Cosmic. Okay. Bad. No, I think when I did the sub 6 minutes, loop 20, I was 4 minute 52. So I was already 8 seconds late, and I scored like 5 minutes and 58. So it was like, yeah, probably 6.8, 6 point. This thing is bad about Super PI. It is. Uh, let's try with more volt a bit. Ah, it's a pity, but this is Super PI. And now it's 6 minutes, but back in the day with the Athlon XP, a Super PI run was 30 minutes. 30 minutes is tough, especially when you are like at 25 and you have a crash. Maybe now I think we got a faster score. So, because the score now is a bit better. I mean, 15 years ago, overclocking and doing Super PI, well, the most common was the 1 million, 1M. The 32M was only for the very, very crazy guy that was like pouring liquid nitrogen for half an hour. But hey, if it doesn't crash, this is a good run. Lap 3:45. This will be like 6 minutes and 5 or 6 seconds or 8 seconds, depends, because sometimes the loops does good and recover at the end. I should have run Waza, select the affinity, but anyway, I'm just going to set a bar. It's really hard. We will never see a better score like this. And if we do, we can challenge the guy and do another live. Yeah, boring. Chat time. Tell me something in the chat. Make me company. It's this boring benchmark. Yes, I cannot run. It's hard to have a chip that do this frequency with the memory at full pot. So 1600 megahertz. Maybe I can raise it more since tomorrow I'm going to try maybe, or maybe you can try later because 1600 megahertz is a lot for full pot is a lot. At this temperature, I cannot boot at 3600 megahertz. So we are very lucky now. This is a golden chip. I mean, we are running at 5.7 gigahertz with 1600 megahertz on the memory with the negative 990 degrees. This is a golden sample. So this time we got lucky. So we can do really nice thing with this chip. Probably this is a chip that will do a lot of first position in our bot. So now it's just about discovery. In the next days, maybe the next live will be with this chip. So maybe we can try to score some benchmark with Windows 10, like all the Cinebench, the wPrime, the well, all the other. Now, too bad. Maybe it's the. Let's try like this. I try one last time that I know is boring, so I try only one time, and then we do something a bit more enjoyable. I mean, at least you see how hard it is to do extreme overclocking with some tough benchmark. Since when you see an extreme overclocking score, this is the tip of the iceberg. It's not like clicking OK and everything works. To be able to do the first sub 6 minutes, I prepared for like 1 year. I tried first with the 2700X. I had a golden sample, and I was like 6 minutes and 3 seconds. And then I tried with all the Zen 2, and I spent months over this benchmark. And now I have this setup that is pretty nice. It can really get close to 6 minutes easily, but it took me months to prepare these timings, to find the right BIOS settings. It's hard. The BIOS reset, you mean the SATA issue we had before? I just put a Windows 10 drive, I do a boot, and then I plug in back the Windows 7. Very stupid thing and then completely nonsense, but as long as it works, I know it's fine. I prefer an inexplicable solution that works, than something that makes sense and doesn't work. I don't like liquid helium for a concept, since liquid nitrogen is made out of thin air. Really, I mean, literally. Uh, with a electric generator, you can build your own liquid nitrogen. So you take the nitrogen in the air and you convert it, you liquefy the liquid nitrogen. The helium is a finite resource. So, okay, now we don't have enough voltage. I want to score one today. Come on. Maybe it's the memory, because sometimes it's the memory. You never know. Let's try like this. So I was saying the liquid helium is something that is not an infinite resource, and is very hard to make and expensive, and is used by medical research, like diagnostic machines. So I prefer to use liquid nitrogen and stay at a good level than use liquid helium, break records, but um, let's say leave less liquid helium to medical researcher and diagnostic. Is I mean, it's a principle thing. So even if I had the chance to use liquid helium, I don't want to use it for an ethical point of view. Dry ice, I don't need dry ice. I have liquid nitrogen, so dry ice is like negative and 70, something like that, 78. So dry ice is less than my cascade that I have there. So and it's messy. Acetone. Uh, I pour liquid nitrogen. I have double the temperature. So we have enough fun with liquid nitrogen. We don't need to use very expensive finite resources. So with liquid nitrogen, sometimes is more than enough to have cold bug. So it's even hard to find chip that can run on liquid helium. Zen 2, I don't think they can handle liquid helium easily. Yeah, negative 100. Well, usually the CPU, like Intel, is like 192. The theoretical max is 196. But I think the coldest I've seen was maybe 193, something like that. Seems that I say, Luke 10, Luke 10, I was 227, 231. So we are 5 seconds behind. Yes, it's going to be probably 6 minutes and 8 seconds, something like this. If we can close it, maybe it was the RAM. So we close this, we save the result, and then we do something more entertaining. Yes, I think it was for a competition, GPU pod plus CPU pod. I don't remember, but well, it's common. Usually if I have to do 3D to be very, very competitive, I use the cascade. So I have like the 9900K or whatever on the CPU with the cascade, so negative 100 degrees on the CPU and constant. So I turn the switch on, I have negative 100 degrees on the CPU, and I can forget about that. And then I use the liquid nitrogen for the GPU. But there was time that I used both. So I think when I overclocked the 3850 AGP, so a very old card with a Phenom, I was using the GPU pod and the CPU pod together. Um, I think I did the same as well with the RTX 2080 for a competition. But sometimes when you do 3D, the cascade is more than enough. Well, at this speed, it's thirsty. I have to say, it's very thirsty. Now the bad thing is that I don't have SMT on, so if we have to do other benchmark, I have to restart. So I don't want to pour too much liquid nitrogen because when we finish this, I want to switch to Windows 10. The issue is that I don't know if I have the correct hard drive. Um, yes, I had to find my lost hard drive. So maybe it's here. The problem is when you have too many hard drive around, you lose hard drives, and it's bad. But I think I found it. Maybe it's this. No, this is Horizon Flash. So it's one of those two. Okay, 6 minutes and 9 seconds. Fine. Let me save the screenshot. Okay. Well, it was nice. I was expecting something like this, but this is hard to beat. Trust me. Um, so this is probably the fastest four core AMD 4 core in Super PI. Okay, memory, mainboard, another screenshot just in case. Let's check it. Okay, fine. All right. So now I'm going to try to restart. I'm going to wait a bit that we warm. Well, in the CPU, of course, is a world record. Since at least I don't think so. I think so. Let's see. 3300. Let's see if we have some score to beat. Let me check. Well, there's not much score here to beat, honestly. So if you take a look at this, I will paste that in the chat. We can do this the GPU validation. That is something we can do. So I'm going to push a bit again full pot, and we go for the CPUz validation. This is something we can do. So we are a full pot, okay? No, this is thirsty. This thing is thirsty as hell. Let's see if we can make it. Okay, so we have a validation at what was that? 5.7 gigahertz. The record of frequency is long gone by 200 megahertz. So something we can do now with this. We can push a bit more, step by step, since now we are pretty much. Usually, this test is done with very relaxed fclk, very relaxed memory, and only one core. But anyway, who cares? Uh, s- we are like this, and we keep doing like this. Probably are going to crash now or soon. So, okay. But anyway, we have the record here, which is fine. So I'm going to save a bit in my network drive. I will be quick. So I'm going to save the file on one of my network share, and we're going to try to do some action on Windows 10. Give me just 1 minute. Okay, 30 seconds and I'm back. Just the time to save on my NAS this result, and we let the CPU warm a bit. Okay, so what we're going to do now, I have two Windows 10 here. One is working, the other not. So we're going to restart, loosen a bit the timings, enable SMT, load Windows 10, and break some record. But now it's easy since there's not interesting submission there. Okay, we should be able to do it now. So I think the good drive is this one. Okay, since this profile was good enough, we keep everything like this, but we enable SMT and we tighten a bit the timings of the memory to be able to run Windows 10 without max mem. So I'm going to C14. Usually I can run a bit tighter, even if, but for today is fine. This is more stable. I'm not looking for the extreme performance. It's just to set a bar since we have a lot of frequency, and with this frequency actually it's easier to break. So at least to set a good bar, we will take back our first position. We do another live, and we can beat them. Let's see if we can boot first. This is a lucky chip. I like it. So Twitch, a poco tempo. I should be able to stream in Twitch soon, but sometimes, especially now, I have some review of the 10 Gen Intel. I have a lot of going on, so for me it's a bit harder to find the time to stream during the night since I work during the day, and streaming every night is difficult. So, but I will try to do it. Okay, so um, this is the system that I use for the competition. That, by the way, I won. So I got the first place in this cheapest chips with the 3000G. So first place in all the 4 rounds, in all the 4 tests. So congratulations to me. Now, okay, full pot again, and we're trying to push Cinebench. That is something more enjoyable. I mean, it's super nice when you can do full pot. It's easy. You just keep pouring, and then you do the fine tuning. I think now I have to cover a bit the motherboard since we start having a lot of ice in this area, and it's a bit dangerous. Okay. But we go down some full screen dragon action. so proud of my dragon. It's cold. It's very cold. It's sub-zero, of course. Okay, full pot. Let's go back to some action. Okay, so the CB20 record is 3000. Okay, well, come on. That is an easy win. Okay, wPrime 32. I don't know the frequency. Oh, no, I don't have it. Ah, yes. Okay, we have it. So let's try a bit something that we know is safe. So 1.75. Uh, the Cinebench that we ran before was what? 5.6? 5.6, I think. Well, there's only one way to find out. This. So we are at 5.6 gigahertz. Let's try. I mean, I'm going to put this here. You won't able to see it, but there's nothing to see. So R15. Okay, let's do R15. I think I have to switch this one. Okay. So F15. Let's go with R15. Temp check. Really, this thing is thirsty. I mean, I'm putting like it was like a 16 core. So the record is what? 1510. Maybe we can do it. Hi Karamali, we are doing great. We have a golden chip and we are breaking everything. We are killing everything. Okay, so we good. Another record. So I think if it was at this score, I mean that was pretty tight. Yes, but we beat it. Okay, so first one gone. You know that when you came to one of my live stream, the magic happens. We break everything. But it's because I have the best chat in the world. Easy. At one point, but I broke it. I can do much better than that, of course, but one run, broke it. I leave it that way. Since if the guy wants to try to beat it, perfect. He can beat it, and then we can beat it again, and we enjoy some live action. I love challenges since it make me think how to improve myself. It's actually cool. So let me save it. Okay, sure. Okay, this should be valid. Okay, going to submit it. Okay, good. Okay, this one is done. Let me take a standard screenshot just in case. Since Benchmate is nice, but I don't trust him much. So I always take a traditional screenshot, you know. Okay, next one to break. Who is the next in line? Um, Frequency, we have done it. wPrime 32. The record is made. Is that a fair fight or not? 4.6. Nah. Okay, we can try to do it anyway. The 32 is pretty fast, so I don't think Windows 10 is even efficient for that test, but who cares? Okay, 3 second, 50. Okay, well, completely trashed and submit. I think yes, we have to do Cinebench R20. That would be a bit heavier. Uh, this one is going to take minutes, but I think we don't have enough. No, it's going to be long for nothing. Now I have to change the resolution since I cannot fit all the things in the screen. So I'm sorry that if you were going to see the thing a bit tinier, but I cannot fit all the benchmark in the screen. Hmm, there's something wrong going on. I think I have to restart the system. Okay, we can try like this since we have to restart anyway. The issue is that I don't know how to fit all the windows I want. Let me recharge the liquid nitrogen. No, as I told you, the first thing when you have the issue is a bit boring, but when you get the system up and running properly, it's good action. I mean, and you can forget about the first hour of difficulties. What? Okay, 56. That should be. Well, R20 is tough, so I don't know if we can make it, but anyway, we're going to try. So, right. So 5.6 gigahertz. I mean, I don't know if I can even save this screenshot. Because I have to change the resolution, but I don't know why I wasn't able to change the resolution now because I have to restart the system. Okay, too much. So I had to restart anyway. Now I have to change the resolution because I cannot fit all the verifications CPUz had for the verification screenshot. So, but anyway, I think this CPU is pretty nice. I'm doing a restart at full pot, and it's not easy for a Ryzen 2. I mean, this is fun to have live with a CPU like this. Since we have reboot, we can do it again. It's easier to push because even if you have to reboot, warm up the pot, go down again, at least we can do reboot at full pot. So first thing, I'm going to change the resolution to so I can fit all the screenshots in an easiest way. Okay, so what was that? 1.75. So we can try now with 25 megahertz less than the record. And a bit more volt in the memory. I saw that helped. Okay, so this one here. But the funniest chip was the APU. Uh, Doing the APU is super fun because you have to tune the iGPU, the CPU, the memory at the good at a certain point. You have to find a good setup to solve the code bug. The APU is a very nice. I really want to see the new one. If it's an 8 core with the iGPU, that will be interesting. Very interesting. Let's see if we can break this. I think I have an issue. I cannot start this bastard. Doesn't want to run. So I can run this one, but I cannot run the other one. Since we are at it, I'll do a run for this just like this. We can do this, I think. I think we can get the R20 record almost surely. Um, I mean, the board is at negative degrees, so is cooling with liquid nitrogen is like having active cooling, better active cooling. I want to save this. I don't know what texture. I didn't touch anything. Okay, let's run it again. Yeah, this thing is thirsty as hell. So I don't know what R20 doesn't start. I can try to start it manually from another directory. Okay, let's see if I can save it. What the hell? Well, I'm going to save the screenshot anyway, so at least I can submit this thing to the developer. Texture model. It seems that there's an error here, but I don't know. Who cares? What I want is R20. There's some kind of issue that I don't know. We have an issue of cannot load normal skin image. Why is that? I think I have to restart the system. Never seen that before. So honestly, I don't know. So let's see if we can boot it. Yes. A good thing is that I have found a setting that allows me to reboot at full pot, and this is golden. Hmm, this is weird. Let's see if I have ice or something that is blocking. Usually, when we have this thing, is uh, come on. Okay, I try to restart it, but the system is doing a bit weird. Usually, when you see these kind of things, is because there's like water somewhere. So I don't know if it's something that is fixable tonight, or maybe I have to wait that the motherboard will dry out. But I'm really low on memory. I think I have to, yes, I have to lower the RAM voltage because I forgot to lower the RAM voltage. Rookie mistake. But the RAM shouldn't be. It's not even too cold because I'm running. That is the issue. Because I'm running C14. So no, the RAM doesn't seem to be affected. Well, I have a lot of ice down there. So maybe the motherboard is a bit wet. So we will see. If we can boot, we do what we can. We did some pretty nice score. Now we have the SATA bug again. Plus, I don't want to stay here too much since tomorrow I have a very long day. But anyway, so we do what we can now. I just want to try the R20 if I can. If I cannot, it's not an issue. So I can do another live stream. I don't know, tomorrow, Monday, or whatever. So now I'm going to tomorrow. I think I'm going to empty the small dewar, and the next week I have the big boy that is easier to manage in a live stream. Yeah, was the voltage of the memory. So now we are stable. So let's go down again. Full pot. Okay. That was a rookie mistake, but it's okay. I'm tired and I'm too human. I made mistake. Anyway, let me restart this. Okay, so full pot. We do a couple of benchmark and we call it a day. Since tomorrow I have to wake up very early to go ride my horse, and I don't want to, you know, sleeping like a and tomorrow be like a walking dead. You know what I mean? So let's break this record fast. Let's do a bit of final chicken clocking. So the record was 55.50. So we do the same. Let's try like this. So the record was what? 33.90. Yes, 33.90. Who knows? Damn, this thing is thirsty. I turn around for a bit and the liquid nitrogen is just gone. Hey, it's impressive. This thing is really thirsty. We are pulling 200 watts. Well, 300 watts. It's not much. I mean, I think I'm pulling 350 with the 3800X. Or 500, I don't remember. But this thing is power hungry. Whoa, that was easy. 3390, 34. Okay, let's save it. Normal screenshot. Okay, so this record is gone. Let's see if it's already uploaded in HarderBot. Yes, it's already uploaded, so fine. Let's do again the Cinebench 11. Full pot check. Anyway, when you have a golden chip like this, it's easy. You push it, and if you have a good BIOS setup, then the first position is bam, bam, bam. Everything is super tuned. This profile cost me months, so I spend literally night for months, almost every night tuning the memory, tuning that, checking that. I think because this profile I made it for the record that I broke for the sub 6 minutes, and just by tuning the system, I think I got like 500 liters of LN2. So I spend a lot of time and effort for this profile. So 1655. The record is 1355. Okay, that was easy. Again, submit. Okay, done. What else? Let's try pifast. In theory, with this, I can push more since it's very light. Okay, pifast. Do we have it? Okay, submitted. Is the dragon for sure. The dragon is magical. It gives me plus 20 overclocking. So pifast. Okay, record 7-zip. There's a score in 7-zip. Let's do 7-zip. This is very memory dependent, so I'm a bit loose on the memory now with the primary timings, but I have very nice sub timings. So I think I'm going to nail it as well. I will definitely rename this stream with the title you just suggested because it's just perfect. Smashing everything with this CPU. I will definitely rename, like you said. I will copy paste. Yes, copy paste, and that's it. Let me recharge the magic juice. So 56, 493. Well, long gone. Another one broke. Okay, next one. Yeah, it's because I don't have time. I think I could make more, what more than that. But life, work. If I have time, I have a lot of hardware here. I could do like 4,000 points, but you know, it is what it is. So, um, okay, this is gone. Another prime. Um, okay, let's do the big one, the wPrime, the long one. This is going to take a couple of minutes, I think, but it's okay. I have to finish the LN2 so they can bring me the big boy, and but it's fast. This is fast. I don't know if you can see it, but the liquid nitrogen is like boiling. When it's boiling like this, it's because the CPU is very stressed. And I think now we did the benchmark like this, but I think I have 50 or 100 megahertz more even with some benchmarks. So if somebody going to challenge this, we are going to go back and retake the first position and most easily. So, well, it's going to take 2 minutes, but it's fine. So I think I'm going to go really full pot and recharge this because this is thirsty, and when I turn around, it's finished. And now I have to do this since we are running really low. So we need to find another benchmark to break. Okay. Um, I think there's no score for this benchmark, so I'm the first position because I'm the only one. Anyway, let's set a good bar at least. Submit. I mean, the the benchmate is absolutely stunning because you break record and you submit it real fast. GPUPI. Okay, we can try it. I'm not so. I don't think I have the driver. Yeah, I think I'm not the driver for this. And I hate setting up the driver for this one, so we cannot do it now. What we can do? The fast is done. Yeah, okay, we did everything. So what's left? Good night, Eski. See you soon. Well, we see in Discord every day. Thanks for joining us. I can do a memory latency test. Yes, I have to download AIDA. Um, but I'm thinking it's going to suck. Um, it's called downloading things at 5.7 gigahertz. Is amazing. At least we have a fast installation. I have the product key, but um, let me put the product key. Just a moment that I have to. Obviously, I cannot show it in a stream. My product key. Give me a moment. Okay, back on action. It will probably suck, I think, since C14. Well, maybe let's bet. I say 52, 53, or 55. Between 52 and 55. I trust you, but I don't trust the internet since this is not only for you. That then this thing is going online. So 67.5. Yeah, it's okay since we are 3200 megahertz, so the latency kind of sucks, but I cannot run better than this, so it's normal. So I'm not surprised that because I was thinking that I was at 3700 or 3800 megahertz with the CPU overclocked, but then I realized no, I'm running the memory at 3200 megahertz, so it's okay that it sucks. My mistake, guys. I don't know. I'm at full pot. Uh, we don't have any more benchmark to break. We gained everything. Um, Geekbench, Geekbench. Yes. Let me see if I have it. 1 second. Geekbench will be nice. At this speed, Geekbench will be really nice. And I think I have it. I don't remember when I put back Geekbench. Give me a second. I don't know if I have it on an USB key. Um, okay, I found the key for Geekbench. Now I need to find Geekbench. So I have to download it. Give me a second. I'll be really quick. So we're going to do Geekbench 3 and 4. 4 and 3. Geekbench 4 and Geekbench 3. A second. That podcast with Tom was very nice. He's a smart guy, and we really touched interesting topics. And mostly, we touched topic that I tested, and so we was able to predict with some, you know, real case scenarios. I really enjoyed the discussion. He's a really nice guy. Oh, I was going to crash. Super thirsty bastard thing. You know that I don't recall the email that I used for GeekBench. Yeah, that was a really nice one. We touched interesting topics, but not just rumors based on nothing, but rumors based on something that I actually tested. And if the engineers saw that because they saw that, probably they're going to. I think they're going to take a direction in what we saw. So let's see when Zen 3 is going to be out. We will see if we nailed the guessing or not. I'm finding the email for Geekbench. I will find it in a sec because I don't know why, but okay, I think I found the email correctly. Okay, Geekbench 3 is okay. I install Geekbench 4 and we do the benchmark. And then we call it a day since we have finished all the benchmark we had. Um, Another stream that I want to do is well, I have the 3100 and we can try to beat GN score. So we can do a RIP GN version. And I want to rebench again the 3950X to do with the because I have a good CCX and a bad CCX, but the good CCX can do 5.8, the bad can do 5.4. So maybe I can try to overclock both in a way that I can actually maybe try to do the podium. We will see. Okay, back in the action. So I have the okay. This is unlocked. So I'm going to recharge this, and we can try the benchmark. Okay, let's try like this. Maybe we can do 5.6, I think. So the record to break is in Geekbench 4. Geekbench 4 is okay. Geekbench 4 we are the first. So anyway, we are setting the bar now. So what we need to do is Geekbench 3 multi-core, which is 28,000. But we will see. So we run this, we run Geekbench 3, and we call it a day since I have to go to sleep soon. But I mean, it was a nice live stream. You know that every live stream that I do, I think except one, we broke record every time. Just tight timing with four sticks. Well, I'm at 3200 megahertz, so I think yes. Um, this is well, I have the sub timings and the tertiary timing really tight, but with this is super easy. I think DDR5 will benefit only if they are able to push the frequency of the Infinity Fabric higher, and they don't lose a lot of latency with the lose timings. So they really need to work hard on that, since the equilibrium between tight timings, frequency, is a bit of a mess. So when the DDR5 will come, I hope they will be prepared to handle it, since at the beginning it will be really hard. A lot of bugs. We saw that the movie already. Geekbench is all about memory. Geekbench, yes, you need the frequency of the CPU, but it's all about memory tuning, fine tuning, and so on. Well, I don't know if it's good or bad for the CPU since we are alone, so I'm going to save it, and we do Geekbench free. I think I'm going to expand it a bit. So I don't remember exactly the rules since it's a lot of time that I didn't do that. But okay, I hope this is valid. No, I have to rebench it. But it's okay. So now, gig free. I've made a lot of memory tuning guide, and I think I I'm doing a video for memory clocking once a month. So if you check my profile, my homepage, you will find a lot of memory tuning guide under the section tutorial. I did one, I think, last month. So I'm going to do the review of a very nice kit that I can show you. It's something that is a long time needed to do it. This kit, so the ballistic. I'm going to do the review of this. This is 3600 megahertz, 32 gigabyte, dual rank, and this overclock like a beast. So I can go with 3800 megahertz C14 and tight some timings, and it just works. And even four of these sticks can run more or less at that same speed and timings. And it dual rank, and it's cheap as well. This is a very nice kit. Yes, I can make an in-depth video about that, but it takes time. Lately, I'm really behind with the reviews, so when I have some more time, I can do that. And plus, now my actual landlord told me that by October I have to leave this house because I'm renting now. So I have a move to do in the next month or two. So I have to dismantle the dungeon and move it to another home in a month or so. So I'm pretty pissed about that. I was kind of liking it. No, the ballistic overclocks well every kit. I tried 5 kits so far, and all 5 kits are just amazing. Even the 3200 or the 300 megahertz C15 overclock the same as the 3600. So they are just because I talked with a ballistic representative, and they told me that they don't like to be called they beam the chip. All the chip are with a good quality, and I mean I tried 5 and it's real. every ballistic overclock like hell. Incredible value. So, our record. The record is 28,695. 28,821. We break that again. One shot, one kill. So, okay. We made it again. And really, now we don't have any more left to win. Yeah, ballistic is a sure bet. It's easier than BDI to overclock. You just need to fine tune something, but it's easier to overclock. You can run 16 gigabit 16 gigabyte stick. It's easy. I mean, it's probably the easiest kit that I tried on Ryzen. In Intel, they clock so and so, but in Ryzen is the best one. And the results between the BDI is not much different. And some games, it gives you more FPS than the BDI. Sorry. CPUz, what is that? This one? Okay, let's do it. Now, what I have to do? Do we have to submit it? Yes, submit and compare. Cool. Let's see. I never tried that. I mean, I tried that benchmark, but I never submitted. So I guess it's what? Like this? I think is anonymous. I'm anonymous. I think we got the first place, right? Yes. But I'm anonymous, so I think I have to do something. Um, I don't want to say anonymous is bad. Let's submit a validation like this. Um, yeah, I broke a lot of record. Oh, maybe it's not me. I don't think it's why I submitted it with the name. I have the validation file that maybe something's wrong. Oh, this is me, but I'm under anonymous. Why is that? Let's try it again. I don't want to see anonymous. It's bad. Yes, I have them, but maybe yes. Um, I don't remember my password. I think I try. Give me a sec. Okay. Yeah, this one. Oh, let's see. I have some pretty nice record here. Interesting, no? I was almost 6 gigas with the Ryzen 7 2700X, Atol XP. Yeah, that was interesting. 3.2 gigas. That was nice. 2 years ago. Anyway, let's try to do it again. Now my account is valid. I have a lot of submissions, so I'm still anonymous. Too bad. I'm logged in, so maybe something here. Oh, ouch, 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 ouch. I don't know what to say. I need a second run, maybe, yes. So let's do it. No, I'm still anonymous. Too bad. And I'm logged in. So, well, let's try to push a bit the CPU. Maybe with we need more overclock. More. Let me put some liquid milk. This is faster, I suppose. Okay, we got it. So, huh, here we are. At least for this. Um, but the benchmark is like here. Okay, done. I think really we don't have anything much left to benchmark. Yes. Checkmate Anonymous. And checkmate everybody. Yeah, I think better to go to sleep. So, um, let's try to push. I have to finish the a bit of liquid nitrogen, so I'm going to push a bit just to because I have to finish. So we can submit a better validation. That's it. I don't know, guys. What do you want me to overclock? I have the 3100, so we can try to do a RIP GN if you want, or we can bench the 3950X, and I didn't. Maybe I can try to grab some podium there. I can bench the 9900K at 7 gigahertz. I would like to try a Super PI at 7.2 gigahertz with the 1900K. Actually, I can do as well a Cinebench at 6.8 and something gigahertz, so a top 20 more or less. What do you say? What would you like me to benchmark next time? or we can do GPU. I have the the GTX 770. I have some old GPU that we can benchmark. GPU are pretty nice, so we can use the 10 Gen Intel, the 16, the 7, the 10 700K with the GPU. Okay, I'm validating at 5.7. Ouch! Just the validation. Yes, I'm going to make a poll on the channel. So because I made a poll on Twitter, because now I'm testing this because this was the winner of the poll that I did on Twitter. So follow me on Twitter, by the way. Usually I do the poll as well in Twitter, but I can do a poll as well in the channel. So and then I can, well, probably the result will be the same. Okay, I think we call it a day. So now I'm going to set the. I think I'm going to save this BIOS profile because it's a very nice one, very efficient. So I want to save this BIOS profile. I'm going to reset to default and put this towel. Oops, see, a lot of ice. Mm, I can erase what? The first one. Okay, good. So, okay, okay, guys. Um, I mean, we we gain everything. There's nothing less to take. So minor benchmark, but I think it was a nice live stream. You know that there's always magic in when I do a live stream, and well, I have to go to sleep since I'm really tired, and tomorrow I have to wake up. Now it's 2 a.m. here, and I have like less than 6 hours of sleep, and I have to ride my horse that is strong lately. But well, the liquid nitro is almost finished, so tomorrow maybe I can do some more tests. I can do a pre-test of the 3100 and see if I can do full pot with that. If we can do full pot with that, we can try to challenge Yen, and if not, I will write the poll in the channel. So and then I will write in Twitter to go to the channel to vote for the poll. So everybody's happy. Yeah, the SATA is, you know, extreme overclocking is troubleshooting. Most of the time, it's troubleshooting, and you have to not give up. If you don't give up, you do like this. Some people give up, and then maybe you just need to try hard until you find the best setup. When you find the best setup, you smash everything. That's the philosophy. Well, thank you guys for your support in the chat. So, extreme overclocking is fun. Usually, when I do it alone, I push the music and okay. But having you in the chat, looking for a goal, try to breaking a record together is more fun. So, when I can, I try to do everything that I do here. I try to do via live stream, at least the big ones, because it's fun. So, okay. Guys, thank you again. I'm going to sleep right now. Stay safe, have fun, and see you the next one. Well, probably next week, in 3 or 4 days, we will do the next LN2 live stream. Thanks again, guys. Good night.